So in fact, almost exactly 4 hours remaining. I forgot to take into account the 15 minutes.
But wasn't the clock adjusted after that?
I may have missed that. Apologies if that's the case.
I think they did reset the clock, but I don't know for sure. So it will be 3 hours and 3/4 if I'm right.
Oh, the pit lane exit looks really, really slippy. The Pasquarello has just spun out in the pit lane exit.
Ooh, yeah, I see.
And it looks like he spun out into the path of another vehicle. So that's not gone well at all.
As I reckon, we have our cameraman back.
Ah, yes. So the track is currently showing 0% surface water, but that pit lane exit is looks for all the world like it's greasy now. So we've got around about 4 hours remaining, and with the rain falling and the pit lane getting a bit slippery, and with only 8 laps between the lead cars, and with the lead cars in both the GT500 and LMP2 class having incidents in the last lap, it still looks like there's pretty much all to play for. Now we have a spinner at turn 3, R. Clark in the Mercedes ROR SLS. Looks like he's carrying some fresh damage on the front right corner. So those of you who are unaware of Gran Turismo 6's little foibles, one of them is that if you pick up damage in a lobby that has heavy damage set, it will persist being displayed on the screen whether it's been fixed in the pit lane or not. So it's actually quite difficult to tell whether cars out there are carrying actual damage or just showing that they're carrying damage that's already been fixed. Even worse, it will actually show the wheels pointing inwards if the wheels are damaged, whether they're damaged or not.
Okay, good. Also, if our viewers have any questions for us, please feel free to ask.
Yep, we're available either leaving comments in the YouTube channel or at GTPlanet News on Twitter, or my account, which is at GTP_famine, and Dutchy is at GTP_Dutchy.
Yes.
We like to keep things simple.
Rono asks us, what's your favorite chocolate bar?
My favourite is Curly Whirly, but only when a Scotsman is pronouncing it. I think I've just crashing over the start-finish line. So the vehicle that's on track currently behind the SC430 that we're watching at the moment seems to have just span over the start-finish line. I don't know whether it was an actual crash or whether he's tried to go into the pit lane too fast and spun out of it. But he seems to have recovered his pace now.
Also, GTP Bambi asked me about my favorite moment of the race so far. I would definitely say it's the start of the race, the battle between Avalarium and Team Nesmo Racing. I really watched in awe how those guys took it down.
I would say it was the moment that the Delta Wing crashed, and then you can leave it to yourself to work out which one. Yeah, and I've enjoyed watching the Delta Wings going around the banking with the heavy downforce bias on the rear. They kind of lift the nose a little bit, skims the front tyres off the surface and makes them smoke all the way around the banking. And if you're lucky, they're sparking at the same time, so you get sparks and smoke, and it is like watching steam trains fighting. Coal-fired Delta Wing.
As we are now on board with Good Wolf, we drive the Honda HSV for Team Scar Racing. Currently in third in the class and second overall, based on our latest results.
Has a very distinctive engine note, does that Honda?
Yeah, it is. It takes quite some getting used to. I think it's a bit like a sewing machine.
Well, since everyone says that all the Gran Turismo cars sound like vacuum cleaners, at least it's something different.
This is a tuned vacuum cleaner, I guess.
Yes. Everything else is a Hoover, and this is a Dyson.
Yes, and we got another special one. I think it was the Chevrolet laser-powered car.
Yes. That sounds like someone having an epileptic.
I couldn't have said it any better. With the number 33 Audi R8 of Avalarium Racing. As you can see, this livery has only the number 3 on it, and that's because you can't change it. So it is the number 33. And now we've got the TNR Nismo on our stream, the number 44.
They were having a very good fight with the Avalario and Audi R8 very early on. Well, I say very early on. It was for about the first 4 hours of the race. But yeah, they've fallen away a little bit. They're quite a few laps behind now.
I didn't catch why they got back. Do you know any more about this?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Let's start looking into it. I'm really curious about that one. Or maybe some of our viewers can answer us.
I have to say, having driven the MX-5 support race earlier, it's quite surprising to see the cars here entering the bus stop at about 107, 108 miles an hour. because that was the same speed that I was doing through the bus stop in the MX-5.
Yeah, but also if we look at the feed, we see the GT3 cars also at the same speed as the GT500s through the bus stop. It's only at the bankings that they start to away.
Hmm. Yeah, we can still see it's raining a little bit, but the surface of saturation doesn't seem to have increased at all. So it might be like that little spell we had around about 5, where it rained but didn't actually get any wetter.
Yeah.
Or if you're really unlucky, it might be like it was tonight.
Yeah, it went up to about 30 to 40 and then dropped down again and rose up to about 10, I guess. I heard someone the gap between Avalarion and TNR was caused by a disconnection, probably.
That's fairly feasible. I mean, it looks like they've lost around about 7 laps in 10 hours, so it's not even a lap an hour. It's not really that much of a speed difference, but yeah, I suppose a disconnect could certainly account for a lot of it.
Yes. Especially with these cars, a lap or two is easily lost.
So you might spot a little bit of I say a little bit. You might spot some jitteriness in the video feed we're getting at the moment. Unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do about that. It's all down to internet infrastructure, I'm afraid. Down again. The stewards are only having to intervene with some blue flags for those GT3 cars. There's an appreciable speed gap between the top 2 classes and that GT3 class. So, of course, the next race will be the Bathurst Endurance, and there's cars in the race on that one. So they'll get used to seeing blue flags waved at other people rather than them. It'll be a nice change for them. We're still seeing a bit of nothing dramatic. It looks like we have a change in the leading Lexus as Greco has left the lobby and EOL has joined. He's the Portuguese driver who I think took the start for the team. Well, looks like we're coming to around about 3.5 hours left to go with 500 Lexus SE430s, driven by the TWR team and the GT team, looking like they're going to take the win. But which one will do it? That's still up in the air at the moment. They seem to be very, very close on circuit as well. They've got an appreciable gap ahead of the leading LMP2 Peugeot Courage C60. They seem relatively secure in third place overall, ahead of the two Delta Wings, and sixth overall and third into the GT500 class is the SCAR Racing Honda HSV 010. The Audi R8 Avalarion team car is leading GT3 by a good chunk from the RLR Mercedes SLS. Well, it looks like there's a bit of contact between the R8, the Avalarion car, and the Lexus GT MX GT500 coming through turn 3 there. So blue flag, and the Lexus has got on its way. Apex Peugeot leading the LMP2 class. I think at the beginning of the race I said I fancied them for the overall win. The two Delta Wings were extremely fast in qualifying, and they locked the front row out between them. But we've been saying since the Willow Springs test earlier in the season that the Delta Wing is fine to drive fast for a few laps, but once you start trying to get a decent run in, it can be very, very tricky. And if you dip a wheel off, and it's very, very easy to do given just how wide the rear is compared to the front, if you dip a wheel off, your crash is going to be very big and very, very sudden. So the Delta Wing's not really an ideal endurance car in that respect. So I'm not all that surprised to see the Courage has jumped ahead of them a longer race. I am surprised, however, to see the two Lexuses ahead of it. I would have had the C60 down for the overall victory, but yeah, good performance from those two GT500 cars. They were pretty much on pace with the LMP2s throughout much of qualifying. I would have thought that the Peugeot would have superior tyre wear and superior fuel use and straight line speed and corner speed, but it's not played out that looks. Yeah, we have a yellow flag in the first for a slow moving vehicle. Now have been cleared. I'm not sure which car that was. This is another improvement that Gran Turismo 7 could bring. So, have the arrows on the track map the same colour as the vehicles themselves. That'd be nice to see. Certainly make our job a lot easier without having to flick between the cars. So again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave them on the YouTube stream here. We'll try and get to them as soon as we can. We're also available on Twitter at GTPlanet News. Also, my Twitter is at GTP_. The series organizer AJ, his is at GTP_AJ. My co-commentator here, Dutchy, his is at GTP_Dutchy. Like to keep things simple, but we're keeping an eye on the YouTube comments as well throughout. Flag in the 5th sector seems to have been cleared now. Zero Duck One says the Peugeot team has 2 drivers that are GT Academy finalists that made it to England. I presume that means the Silverstone race camp.
Yeah. I know David was one of them, and David told me in his driver interview as well that he had 2 other fellow graduates in his teams. So I don't know in which team, but I think one could well be in this team, and the other maybe in Venator Racing. Because he's
I'll pull up the spotters guide and have a look. Yes, it's the American final. GTPlanet gets invited most years so far to the main the overall GT Academy competition. Jordan has been invited to present the regional finals in the American GT Academy competition. When they do the race camp, we've not actually had an invite. It's all done closed doors for the reality TV show.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, I won't have met any of these guys.
I must say I've watched both the European masterclasses and the American videos. The way how the masterclasses kept following the drivers even after the GT Academy. I think it gives a good insight in what really happens after one wins it. So I think they're at episode 15 or 16.
Really? See, I only watch the GT Academy television shows to see if I can spot myself in them. Yeah, it looks like the surface water has started to climb now. I'm seeing 12, 13% on track at the moment. Oh wow, it's quick. The stream that we have that's slightly ahead of the YouTube version is now at 16%. It's yeah, it's coming down thick and fast. I think we're going to have to see some diving into the pits for some tyres very shortly. To 25% is the changeover for intermediates, and somewhere between 50 and 60% for full wets. You know, it was a little bit today when the rain was falling during the night. We had to have a safety car out after 3 heavy collisions with the 60% for full wets, getting the power down properly.
As we're starting to approach the intermediate tire territory.
Yeah, it's now.
To see what teams will do when they need to come in for a pit stop, or maybe drivers at the end of their stint.
You've got to expect that guys are going to be diving in for some inters now at 25%.
Yeah.
So GTMX has driven straight past the pits. So I suppose he's got to try something a little bit different in order to catch up with the other Lexus. But he's having a catastrophe on inters now at 25%.
As we're already going towards the 30% mark. So.
Yeah. So I suppose he's got to try something a little bit. Yeah, we're seeing lots of cars lined up in pit lane.
Interesting to see if they will.
Oh, and GTMX had a catastrophe at the bus stop there. He's gone straight off.
Yep. Would have been better for him if he would have came in last lap, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, we're now up at 40%. This is getting towards full wets. Oh, there's a guy crashed in the entry here. That's going to be nasty for anyone who wants to dive into the pits. And he seems to be driving the wrong way up the track, which I'm fairly sure is rules unless removing the car from a dangerous position. He's driven the wrong way up the track and turned around to get into the pit lane.
GTMX.
That's brave. Well, I don't know who that is in the pit lane at the moment, but that was very naughty. Look at that one. And he's popped out of the pit lane and immediately crashed at turn 3 as well.
As I think we see a driver change of Team Avalarion, yes?
Yep.
We pass him as out of the car and now driving probably his last stint, GTP Ghost driving.
Yeah, well, we're now at 53%, ploughing past the pit lane entry.
Good anticipation with the driver change for Team Avalarion.
yeah, we're now running into conditions that aren't conducive to good driving and safety, as we see the HSV having a spin just before turn.
So stacked TCs out of the room, and fallen log has taken over the wheel. Change.
And we have a yellow flag thrown in sector 2 as well. Unfortunately, we're currently following a car that is no longer in the lobby, so we don't know what the surface water is, but it's rising up towards 50% last time I looked. You see more guys jumping into the pits, and yes, we're now at 80% surface water. This is definitely true. Just hope we don't see any repeats of the earlier shenanigans. Getting their way down the tight pit lane exit. This isn't actually the pit lane exit that Gran Turismo uses itself, so the drivers are having to manually get their way down this very, very slippy little ribbon of tarmac. We have a car flagging limp home mode, GTP Danger Zone 641. Who I can't actually find. Do we know what he's driving? I can't actually find. So we're climbing back up to 100% surface water now. This is the conditions we had earlier when there was all sorts of calamities visiting the cars. We have a spinner on the entry to bus stop. And one of the drivers complaining they can't see a thing on the infield. Yellow flag 5. I'm assuming that's the car that's limping home. For those of you who are unaware, when a car suffers catastrophic damage and is requiring to get themselves back to the pits, if they hit the start button, the AI takes over and will drive them directly into the pits, but it does so at a fairly sluggish 60 kilometers an hour or 37 miles an hour, and the drivers are required to flag up this fact by hitting LHM on the in-game chat, which is short for limp mode. So we're now at the magic 100%, and as we saw, it could lead to some tricky driving conditions. Now we had a GTPlanet member popped in earlier, said he was driving the standard GT5 class Nissan. doing 139s in the dry and 2-minute laps in the wet. So you can see just how much the rain and the wet tires affects the road surface.
Also, we are going to change cameras. So we have another cameraman who'll be with us till the end of the race. So hopefully that will improve the quality of our stream. Furthermore, as we approach the last 3 hours of the race, if you've got any question for in the YouTube comments or at GTP_Dutchy, and Famin's gonna tell you the other addresses.
Yeah, the main GTPlanet one is at GTPlanet News. I'm available on at GTP_Famin. And we also have the series organizer is available at GTP_AJ. So we see a car moving very slowly onto the banking out of turn 6. They seem to have got very badly sideways coming off the infield section. They've lost an awful lot of time back there. I'm curious to see how the Delta Wings do in the wet, because they're a little tricky in the dry if you get it wrong, but in the wet I can't even begin to imagine what they're like. And the only time I've ever seen a Delta Wing driving in real life in the wet was at Le Mans this year, and it was the Z-Odd version. Delta Wings do in the wet, because so nobody really got to see it doing it.
Yeah, some reliability issues for them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think it was driven by Lucas Ordonez. Am I right?
Actually, the GT Academy winner from 2012.
Okay.
I think it was 2012. Yes, it was 20. I was there. I should know, but they all tend to blur into one competition these days. But yes, Lucas drove it in qualifying, and I think he was behind the wheel for the first ever fully electric lap in qualifying. But it was Wolfie who was driving it in the race when it retired.
Okay. Well, I've got that clarified as well then.
Yeah, actually, I bumped into him at the end of the race. We were watching it from the top of the pit garages on the Alan Prost, and he happened to be up the chat. And, yeah, he wasn't happy. Oh, we have a spinner. Guy has spun into the infield at turn 3. Yeah, actually, I bumped into him at the end of the race. So that's good technique there. And we have a sets of cars travelling over the start-finish line side by side here. And we'll make for some fun into turn 1. And we have a car sideways through the bus stop chicane as well. That's not looking good. Left room for the guy behind him to rejoin safely.
I must say, I was so nervous for this race, and then it was actually quite exciting.
Hey guys.
Yeah. Yeah, looking back, it was.
Hey guys. I can't hear you guys now because I've got my Skype muted. Now I should be able to hear you guys.
Yes, you are, but we can also hear your other voice chat.
Okay, that's I can mute that. Ed, can you
See for the
hand
price
over
of
the
one.
lobby to me?
By the way, now you're here. Can you tell us a bit about how your stint went?
Well, the stint went great up until the heavy rain hit in the last few laps. I was going 23 laps each stint, and yeah, I could drive just clean laps, doing a quali run basically, with not too much blue flag traffic, and also a few cars from class that I got past eventually. So yeah, that was going well, and then the rain started and started to tippy toe around. Especially the R8 is a murderous car in turn one. If you lock up even slightly when you start braking, even with 20% pressure or something, it instantly spins. So yeah, that happened to me in the penultimate lap, and hit the wall. And I thought I was on the racing line, so I was trying to move away as fast as I could, but I was not fast enough, and collected the Green Hell Heathens Nissan, for which I'm terribly sorry.
I should think so too.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunate about that incident, but good to hear the rest of the stint went well.
Yeah. Yeah, it went okay.
So I can see now we've already reached 100% full track wetness for quite some bit now.
I hear my mic is a bit too loud, so I'm gonna turn it down a little bit.
Yeah, there's a little bit of squirreliness going on early doors with the 100% rain, but it does seem to have settled down now into some semblance of a rhythm, with people largely keeping it between the white lines. We are seeing the occasional wobble.
How about now, guys? Maybe a little bit too quiet.
Well, it's okay. It's a bit quiet, yeah, but
So this should do the trick, I guess.
yes. So on board with Fallen Log, the number 28 Nissan SSR, currently running last in class and overall.
Is that due to earlier disconnects, or have they had a mare?
I think they did a driver change and haven't got the pictures up yet.
Okay, that's probably subject to change then.
Yeah, probably.
Where's the old MSN buzzer when you need one?
Yeah, we have some problems changing the camera since our recent cameraman has left the building.
Yeah, and he's also still in the lobby, so I can't join. Unless the current commentator leaves the lobby and commentates off the live stream.
That should work. I'm doing that already.
I'm not in the lobby, so
Okay.
I haven't been throughout. I've been commentating from the live stream, which is a little bit difficult at the moment. It has to be said.
Houston, we've got a problem.
Yes. So still looking at 100% surface water, but I can't see any big raindrops at the moment. I don't know about anybody else. It might be a sign that it's easing off a little bit. There's still some little spits and spots out there, but, so it's not going to be going away anytime soon.
Okay. I'm hearing that a spot in the lobby will open up soon.
Also, Bart, what do you think of the race so far?
I imagine he's going to be pretty satisfied with leading the class.
I think he might have left us for a bit to change the stream.
Yeah.
That would be plausible.
Yeah, I've just seen him pop into the lobby there, so we might see a changing camera soon.
Well, I see he has entered the room, so...
Yep.
Who's that backwards at the beginning of the turn onto the banking? I think I saw a problem there.
I don't know, that doesn't look good. It's not a good place to get it wrong. Is turn 6, because once you get the dirt on your tyres with the real grip reduction setting, it takes a few corners to get rid of them, and you get onto the wet banking and lose the back end, and you're going to be taking a big trip through the infield. Oh, yeah, we've got a guy who's just crashed straight on at turn 6 as well. Completely missed his braking point.
Well, it's easy to do that once you're on the wet part of the track. Really, there's not much grip, especially on anything other than wet tires.
Jordan Fisher has asked, how in the world did AER Inferno make up their 154 laps down? They were listed as being much further down due to part of the administrative process of how we run the series. Effectively, drivers have to submit pictures to the stewards every time they leave and enter the pits. and AR Inferno were a little bit overdue with some of their photographs, and that meant that the team couldn't log how many laps they'd actually done. So now that's been taken care of. They've had their laps accounted for and added back onto their total. So they're now running third in class and fifth overall. Although they were third in class anyway when they were last. But yes, now they're up where they have actually completed. Something similar should apply to the Nissan SSR GT500 car that's running 12th at the moment.
Yeah, I think they just need to upload their stint photos so AJ can make the overall standing more. So, Famine, what are your thoughts on the race so far?
Well, of course, I've missed a chunk of the nighttime racing. I'm told it got quite like this during the night with 100% surface water, and there were some incidents, and a safety car was required. But by and large, what I've seen has been pretty good gentlemanly racing with gaps left and no one behaving too daftly. There weren't all that many penalties. I mean, obviously there was a big one on lap 1 with the Delta Wing having a calamitous bus stop, which he's apologised profusely for on the forums. But again, I don't know, it wasn't intentional. It was just a case of too much, too fast, too deep, and ending up taking the MX Lexus out in the process. But yeah, for the most part, people have been sticking to the rules. They've been driving well. Not too many incidents. It's been good fun to watch.
Yeah, I totally second that. As we see GTMX running towards the Delta Wing.
Yeah, I imagine the Delta Wing's not going to be particularly nice to drive in the wet.
Yeah, it's gonna be worse.
On the bright side, at least it's not smoking anymore.
Yeah, it was doing leaving massive smoke screens in the bus stop. At one time I couldn't even see if it was spinning or just driving.
Well, with the Delta Wing, it's
Yeah.
flip a coin.
Nothing wrong with a real quick prayer, hoping he didn't spin out.
Yeah, I was trying to watch a minimap, so I was confident that he wasn't spinning.
There's some discussion going on in the YouTube comments at the moment about drivers pitting, exiting the lobby, changing a setup to a wet setup, and then re-entering the race again. Some interesting thoughts being passed over there. I think it's certainly the case that if you utilise your ABC setup sheets properly, you wouldn't lose all that much time static in the pits. It's probably about 40 seconds the entry to pit exit. So if you're really quick, you might
mentioned 45 seconds.
Yeah, so if you're really quick, you might only lose just about a minute, but of course you'd have to remember to do your stint photographs as well. And yes, Venari was saying earlier that the difference between a dry lap and a wet one was of the order of 20 odd seconds. So if you've got a nice ideal wet setup that gains you 3 or 4 seconds a lap, it could be worth 10-15 laps, but it's touch and go. It would be fun to see some teams taking that risk. There's a bit of a queue building up at the bus stop now.
we see Zip Tie passing Ghost Driver.
Yeah, it looks like Ghost Driver is at the head of that queue. What with it being in the GT3 class.
Yes.
Got a couple of GT500s roaring up behind him as well, which will be fun.
I think the last one is the Mercedes SLS of Bitter Rivals Racing.
Yeah. I think there are a few tens of laps apart. Oh, and Ghost Driver's gone off at turn 3. He's let a whole bunch of the train past.
Getting on track just behind Lion Face.
Yeah.
Bitter Rivals Racing.
And it looks like just ahead of the GT500 Honda HSV.
Yes. Maybe we could switch to the Audi, so we can see if it gets past the Mercedes.
They're on board with the Audi now.
Someone rubbing up against the walls down the banking there. Lots of sparks flying. It wouldn't surprise me to learn that was a Delta wing. Is Ghost Driver, has he been a GT Academy finalist as well?
Yes, he has in 2012. I don't know which year, but yeah, he's been there.
The name rings a bell.
Well, maybe not the Silverstone one. Definitely the national one.
Yeah, but that takes place at Silverstone as well.
Oh, okay.
Shane went to this year's one race camp.
Oh, that's Shane, is it?
Yeah, Shane Ward.
Ah,
I think.
yes. Yeah. Yes, I've met him a few times. I do the national finals as well for GT Academy in the UK. I think I've been to 4 UK and Ireland finals and 5 race camps. So, I've been to more GT Academies than anyone else, except possibly Johnny Herbert.
As RCB gets past Ghost Driver.
Jordan Fisher wants to know what the gap is between the two GT500 leaders. I don't know the current gap. The last gap I saw was the 18-hour, which was just around about a minute. But with the rain falling in the last half hour, it could be anything. I know the GTMX Lexus stayed out a very, very long time on his dry tyres.
Yes.
And that could have affected his time significantly. But we'll have to wait for the next update to know for sure. I mean, they haven't been more than a minute apart for the last 4 or 5 hours.
So that's a zip tie in between 2 slower cars. Oh, near the lost it there, coming out of turn 6. Passing Glenn for position there for track position. Followed by JMML GTMX.
It looks like the rain is still falling. It's not as heavy as it was, but as long as it's still spitting out the sky, that surface saturation isn't going to be going anywhere. This could be a long haul, I'm afraid. Do we know what the fastest laps overall are?
We will know at the end in the full event program, but I don't know. I think we're not going to find out what they are anytime soon. Positional, yeah, the positions are more important to AJ at the moment.
I did see some mention on the YouTube stream that one of the Delta Wing drivers had done 36.1. So
yeah, I think that's been the overall fastest for a while now.
Pretty quick.
Yeah, definitely very quick.
The qualifying times were only just in the 136s, so that's good going. So it looks like we've just passed the 21-hour mark, and it's still the case that we have the two Lexus SC430s leading overall. Before the rain came down, they had a big old gap of around about 8 laps to the LMP2 leading Peugeot Courage C60. That may change once the latest stint photographs get uploaded, because the rain is a bit of a leveler around here. That car itself had a good safe gap ahead of the two Delta Wings, with 6th place taken by the SCAR Honda HSV 010. They're in 6th place overall and 3rd in the class. And then 7th is currently the Audi R8 run by Avalarion Racing, currently being driven by GTP Ghost Driver, leading the GT3 class. However, you'll spot at the bottom of the table the GT500 Nissan SSR GTR. That's probably out of position, pending their latest stint photographs that might see them lifted up the charts a little bit. We had a similar thing with the Inferno Delta Wing earlier, where due to very late submission of some of their stint photographs, they were showing about 140 laps shy of where they actually were, but that's been updated now. So long as all the drivers submit their photographs promptly, we'll know the full race times down to the very last millisecond. If you want to leave any comments, you can do so on the YouTube channel. We also have Twitter available for you. We have the main GTPlanet account, which is at GTPlanet News. There's my account. I'm available at GTP_famine. And we have the series organizer AJ at GTP_AJ. And then there's also Dutchy on at GTP_Dutchy. As we see a car going catastrophically off at the bus stop there, and wisely waiting to rejoin the circuit and until after the following car had passed. That looked like he missed the second part of the chicane to me and went straight on into the barriers. So with around 3 hours remaining, I'm going to relinquish my microphone and leave you. Unfortunately, I won't be able to make the end of the race, which is a pity, at least for me. Maybe not for anyone else who has to listen to me. And hopefully there aren't too many calamities remaining. As I see, there is another queue building up at the bus stop. Oy, that's going to be fun.
Yeah, well, thank you, Andrew, for your work on the commentating.
Not at all. It's fun to have a chat with you guys again.
Yeah, and,
I've seen someone drifting into turn 3 quite nicely there.
And
There
one
might be a
last
yellow
time before
flag.
you sign off, you do your famous ooh.
Oh. Woo. You should just map that to Control F.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's make a soundboard for the next stream. That would be a great idea.
We can also cue the Benny Hill theme if it starts raining.
Yes. Or just
Yeah.
anytime there's a delta wing on track. Somebody suggested yesterday we had a drinking game where you had to take a drink every time a delta wing crashed. We advised against it on the basis that we didn't want many of our viewers to suffer from alcohol poisoning.
By the way, if we decide to go with the Benny Hill theme, I think we should film the pit exit.
Yes. So I'm going to leave you and I'll catch you all again at the Bathurst race, which I'll be driving in the GT Cup for. I might try to commentate while driving, but I think Bathurst is a little bit stressful, so I might give that one a swerve. So I'll catch you all in 4 weeks' time.
Okay, thank you, bye. So, Kevin, are there any questions from the viewers? Oh, as we saw a spin. Oh, that's the replay. We saw a spin from the Delta Wing earlier. It's very busy in the bus stop chicane, with RCB chasing EL. Looks like he's going for the pass. As he does it, does make it 6, so he passes the leader of the race actually. The lead Lexus Team-Wise Racing. But the Lexus claws back. Still side by side now. It's still RCB taking the line into turn 1.
Great stuff. Unfortunately, I'll have to leave you guys as well for a short break. Even commentators do need some food once in a while. So I'll be back to you guys in about 30 minutes.
Alright, see you then.
So goodbye for now, viewers. Thank you.
Currently we have a traffic jam in turn 5. Let's see who's involved there. It's danger zone in the black Delta Wing. Nissan SSR Motorsports. EOL. And looks like the Scar Honda of Good Wolf. as the Lexus has dragged his way back towards the front. Oh, as we see another spin of Danger Zone hitting the curb with his right rear wheel. So Danger Zone pits, probably for a damage repair. Now looking at the Scar Honda team, driven by Good Wolf. Oh, as he touches the grass with his right rear corner. Ouch, that looks like a touch with a wall there. This rain causing all kinds of mayhem. And just under 3 hours to go still in this 24-hour race. So to keep up to date with the race when we are not on air, and for more information about the series, visit our forums at GTPlanet.net or follow us on Twitter at GTPlanet News or at GTP_AJ. If you're watching on our YouTube channel, you can also get involved on our live chat. And the next round of this series will be the Bathurst 12 hour, with qualifying practice sessions on the 27th and the 28th of February and the 1st of March. The V8 Vigilantes support race will be on the 7th of March, and the main event will be on the 8th of March. You're listening to Bart, moderator on GT Planet, GT Academy national finalist, also known as Spasm on the forums, and team manager of Valerion Racing. All in my lonesome today, or at this moment. Still have our race director AJ in the lobby, as well as a steward keeping an eye on proceedings. So if you go to the forum, and I think also there's a link in the description of this video. Yeah, that's the first post. There's a complete news article about everything you need to know about this race. Also there are a few links at the bottom of the description. For example, the spotter guide, which can be very handy. Yeah, designed by AJ, that spotter guide. Very much inspired by the Andy spotter guides. So the Scar Honda pits puts in about 3/4 of a tank of fuel and rejoins the track. Let's see how he gets on with this ultra small pit lane. As he does that very nicely and rejoining the track. You have to be very careful in this first corner after you exit the pits. The tires will be cold still, and you need a few extra meters to get the car stopped. So it's Dabom back into the TNR Nismo, YouTube liveried car, currently third in class. Looks to have passed someone who spun out in turn 6. That was a danger zone of Team Nissan SSR. Now back to the TNR Nismo team. He gets a bit of a drift on coming out of the bus stop there. Nicely held. looks. You're watching the 24 Hours of Daytona, the first round of the 2015 GTPlanet Endurance Series. Events on track that just happened, the Delta Wing of Danger Zone, the Nissan SSR number 10, just had to use limp home mode, probably due to damage and being very uncontrollable in this wet weather conditions. As we see a pit stop from Ghost Driver, filling up the tank to about 85 liters. As he joins the track in pit lane, very near line face of Team Bitter Rivals Racing, who are the number 43 car. So yeah, at the last timing update, which was at the 18th hour, so that's 6 hours to go still in the race. At that point, Team Wise Racing was leading the race, and with less of a lap between them and the Escuderia GTMX team in second position. Actually a lap minus 1 minute, 1 minute 5 seconds, so about 25 seconds, no more, 30 seconds between them, so very close after 18 hours of racing. So those are the two leading cars overall and in their class, the GT500s, as we see Ghost Driver having a moment in the bus stop. Followed by ABC Racing in third, first in class of the LMP2s, in the number 17 Garage C60. They were 9 laps adrift from the leader. Then we have SSR Motorsports in fourth. That is the number 10 Delta Wing, with 17 laps behind the leader and 8 laps behind ABC Racing, the leader of their class. And in fifth we have Inferno Racing and the other Delta Wing, the Chrome one, who are 22 laps behind the overall leader and 13 laps behind the class leader. And in sixth we find Scar Honda Racing in the Honda number 21, the GT500 car. They are 26 laps behind the leader and also behind the class leader. Then in GT3 we have Avalerion Racing leading the race, the number 33 Audi R8 with 576 laps, 35 laps of the overall lead. In 8th we have Reaper Online Racing, the number 42 Mercedes SLS, 5 laps behind the class leader. In 8th we have Reaper Online, in 9th we have TNR Nismo in the 44 Nissan GTR with 7 laps behind the leader. In 10th we have Green Hell Heathens, the number 45 Nissan GTR. They are 18 laps behind the class leader. In 11th we find Bitter Rivals Racing in the number 43 Mercedes SLS, and they are 38 laps behind the leader. And in 12th we find SSR Motorsports and the Nissan GTR. They are 112 laps behind the leader, but there are some stint photos that haven't been sent to AJ yet, so they may go up according to those photos. Let's see if there are any battles in between the classes. So it's currently Scuderia GTMX struggling for traction. It looks to have the ABC racing car in sight. Yeah, that's zip tie for the number 17 Courage. Oh, a zip tie has an off, so that puts him in the crosshairs of Scuderia GTMX. And oh, yeah, still his tires being a little bit dirty from running through the grass, so another spin in turn 6. But he is quickly to recover, looks to be on his way already. So now we're on board with Danger Zone in the black Delta Wing, following the Chrome Delta Wing piloted by RCB. Oh, as we see a spinner on the front straight. I think they wanted to go into the pits, maybe braking while half on the banking and half on the straight part. Yeah, that's Nissan SR Motorsports. Brimming the tank. And maybe they are doing a driver change here. Because they're stationary for a long while, and okay, no, they are out again. Oh, his line phase activates limp home mode, so must have had an accident somewhere on track. Yeah, his engine damage in the Bitter Rivals Racing, and 3 wheels heavily damaged, so yeah. That's the same shame for the 43 Mercedes SLS. The brightly yellow colored. They join Glenn in the pits at the moment, so both Mercedes SLS's in the pits. Glenn now on his way again, so let's follow him. Oh, as he turned in a little bit too early there, in turn 4, cuts across the grass in turn 5, makes it back on track. So he may have not lost many seconds there. So the two closest cars on track at the moment are just exiting the bus stop. Looks to be a battle between the two Lexuses, or Lexi. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it Lexi or Lexuses? It sounds really awful, Lexuses. So yeah, we were robbed of the Battle of the Lexi with GTMX pitting here. So back to track action with EOL for Team Wise Racing. They are the leaders according to the latest results. Vamos GTMX, I see. Okay. Well, they have been driving a really strong race. They have led the race at a couple of points, and at the 18-hour mark they were only 30 seconds behind Team Wise Racing. So I'm not surprised if the lead is actually changed or stayed much the same. At least they are close. So the pit stop from JMML was for a driver change. Hector now in the car. It will be their last driver change, I think, with only 2 hours and 17 minutes still to go. If you guys missed the start, we had a disconnection from the lobby just before the start, so the lobby had to be reset, and the race start was postponed. So when that happens, the timer moves with the race start. So when the race was started at 14:15 local time, so that's the track time you see at the top left corner of the screen. That was the starting time, so we're going to 14 hours and 15 minutes on that clock. So we're counting down, still 2 hours and 16 minutes to go now, as it looks like Ziptie is closing in on EOL. So across the finish line for EOL and Ziptie, yet another lap of this 5.7 kilometer track. Oh, Ziptie gets really wide and loses the back end a little, so his chase for EOL starts all over again. As Lionface left the lobby and Greasy joined, so that will be the ultimate driver change for them, I guess, unless there's something weird happening, but I don't see that from happening, apart from of course the rain we have at the moment. Still the track at 100% standing order, so anything other than racing very wet, heavy wet, and they are called, will be a bit of a suicidal plan, if you ask me. As zip tie makes it past Eol here, so I was just looking away. So let's see that in the replay. That was on the straight leading towards the bus stop. Yep, Eol in the middle of the banking. Zip tie closely following him, ducking out of his slipstream. Oh, it looks like Eol let him pass there. Very cautious by him. Eol probably realizing that they're not fighting with the Peugeot ABC racing car, who is a couple of laps down on them. In fact, they are 8 laps away from Team Wise Racing. Oh, as we had an off and in turn 5, who was that? Appeared to have a car that has suffered a lot of damage on all corners. That was the black Nissan Delta Wing of Danger Zone, the Nissan SSR team. And currently a train of cars forming in turn 6. That's around zip tie. Has zip tie dropped back again? Behind Eol? Yes, he has. So again, the fight we were looking at a few moments earlier. And looks like they have passed a couple of GT3 cars recently, so they're rapidly building a gap as Eol again very nicely moves out of the way. That's kind of him. Probably realizing that that's the best chance for his own race. Not that Eol's a slow driver by any means, but yeah, just thinking of the greater picture here. And so it looks like we'll be having Jordan over for the final 2 hours of this race. So yeah, if you've just tuned in, you're watching the GTPlanet 24 Hours of Daytona, the opening round of the 2015 GTPlanet Endurance Series. To keep up to date with the race when we are not on air, or for more information about the series, visit our forums at gtplanet.net, or follow us on Twitter on @GTPlanetNews or @GTP_AJ. If you're watching on YouTube, please get involved, and you can use the live chat to do that. And the next round in this series will be the 12 hour of Bathurst. Qualifying practice sessions will be on the 27th and the 28th of February and the 1st of March. There will be also a support race on the 7th of March called V8 Vigilantes. And the main event, 12 hours of Bathurst, is on the 8th of March. You're listening to Pazum, GTPlanet moderator and team manager of Avalerion Racing. So we have someone leaving the pits at the moment, and it will just be behind the other GT3 car there of Greasy. So 3 GT3 cars there in shot. Ghost driver for Avalerion Racing, the current class leaders, or I should say the class leaders at the 3/4 mark of the race. 18 hours in. So here in front of them is I Was Here from the Green Hell Heathen team, which was actually great to see them join the grid, because a few of the team members of Green Hell Heathens had a lot of problems with their PlayStation 3, one giving a yellow light of death. The GT6 game disc was in there, but luckily the team manager had a spare PS3 with a spare copy, so yeah, he was well prepared, I must say. But there were some initial issues with him setting up the network connection, but in the end it all worked. It was also, I think, Beau Albert. He tore up a muscle, I believe, yesterday. But despite that, we saw him drive here in this race, so respect to Beau Albert. As we see the livery that actually Kazunori Yamauchi raced at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Ja. Oh, ja, tof.
Ah, je hebt echt zo'n ontbijtplank.
Ja, inderdaad. Ik heb echt bijna niks anders gedaan dan dit vandaag.
Kijken.
Kijken,
Zeg maar, zijn het echt mensen die de hele 24 uur doorkijken?
Nou, weet ik niet. Kijken zou kunnen, maar ik bedoel, ik race mee. Ik heb nu 2 keer 3 uur meegereden in mijn team. En de rest ben ik betrokken bij de broadcast, zeg maar. Dus op dit moment controleer ik dan de camera voor de mensen. Er zijn er nu iets van 100 mensen aan het kijken in de hele wereld. Dus
Maar het lijkt echt op zo'n commandocentrale.
Ja. Dat is leuk. Nou ja, als je dit ziet en je denkt van dit is een commandocentrale, dan moet je die organisator van deze serie moet je zien. Die heeft 5 beeldschermen.
Wauw, je wordt echt iets best.
Ja.
Een keer echt zie je nou dat je dan binnenkijkt en
Ja.
dat is best duur denk ik ook wel.
Nou ja, ik heb die PC al heel lang. Een PlayStation is niet zo duur. Dat is ook heel oud. Dat nog maar.
Stuurt ja.
Ja.
Ja, leer je toch?
Hier?
Hier.
Ja.
Oeh ja, sorry. Dat was vliegen.
Ja.
Kijk of je goed uit op het haven zit. Sorry.
Nee, die mag je maken hoor. Die verwacht het wel.
Ja. En altijd te eten.
Dat valt wel mee.
Ja.
Ik heb bananen.
Wauw. Nee, kak. Fout geluid. Cijfer.
Ja.
Goed, dus dan kijk ik even.
Cool. Wil het lukken?
Ja.
Cool. Ja, vanavond is het weer tijd om op te ruimen hier. So at the moment we've got a battle between Scar Honda and Nissan SSR. But the Nissan SSR is going into the pits. Oh, a bit of a hairy moment for Scar Honda into the bus stop. Jumping above, losing contact with the ground there, over the curbstones. Nearly losing it on the exit rumble strip of part 1. Yeah, the rain continues here on Daytona. We've had a few moments of rain in this 24-hour race. But the majority of the race has been dry. So let's follow Ghost Driver here for a while. He seems to be following the Green Hell Heathens in GTR. See a bit of a laggy experience there going with him on board, but let's view the action from the replay cameras. As he drives very close to the wall, does Ghost Driver. So yeah, we've just gone into the final 2 hours of this race. Seems a short while now, after having driven 22 hours on end. Have these teams, so there have been some driver changes, but there has been continuous running from a team's standpoint. We've had some unfortunate disconnects for some individual drivers. We have a system in place that sort of compensates for their loss of laps when they disconnect. Obviously, this race is not run in the normal race setting in the lobby, but just in a practice setting, so that drivers are able to join and exit the pits when they need to and do a driver change. So yeah, the procedure for a driver change is just the driver on track exits to or just drives into the pits, and he takes a photo and drives to his pit stall, and when he's stationary he can leave the track and leave the lobby. And once he does that, the second driver taking over from him can join the lobby, so that there's no overlap between two cars or two persons from one team being in a lobby. And yeah, the second driver taking over as we see Ghost Driver having a little bit of a moment, but he can avoid the wall in the second part. So yeah, the second driver taking over, joining the track as fast as he can, and then takes a picture again for his start of his stint, and exits the pit using that little exit road we have here at Daytona. The reason that we require everyone to use that road is that turn 1 is basically impossible if there's a slow car in the way there, as we saw, I think in one of the practices we had. As we see a spinner in turn 1, so yellow in turn 1, in sector 1. Quickly turned around there. He drove off. He's now in that pack of a few drivers. Could have been Glenn, because it was Iowa's ear of Green Hell Heathens who was in between Ghost Driver and himself. So we've got 3 GT3 cars joining the same piece of tarmac here on the Daytona road course. So what are the chances of that happening in a 5.7 kilometer track with only 5 GT3 cars? So yeah, we're 22 hours into this race now. As we have again a yellow in sector 1, but I see a group of cars there, but no one's really driving particularly slow. Oh, as Glenn has a little off end of the stop, but really keeps it together there. Does allow Ghost to catch up a little bit. Oh, Glenn running a little bit wide, but still keeps it on track. Great shot of the turn 5 complex there. So yeah, I've appeared to have missed it, but I think yeah, Ghost Driver has passed Glenn in the Mercedes SLS of Reaper Online Racing. Still following Iowa's ear of the Green Hell Heathens Nissan team. And the other Nissan driven by the Bomb, the TNR Nismo. Currently 3rd in class, 9th overall. So yeah, let's have a look at the other classes, the GT500 of Nissan SSR, the Xanavi Nismo from the Japanese Super GT, cuts across the curb a little bit in turn 4. So yeah, the lap times at the moment. The fastest guy on track so far in wet running was FRS Skater with a 146.3. Then we have GTMX Hecto 148.4. Then EOL with a 48.9. Danger Zone with a 49.6. Giorgio is in the pits at the moment with a 149.8. RCB with a 49.8. And Ziptie also with a 49.8. So close running there. As RCB just puts in a great lap time, 142.1. So a whole 4 seconds faster than the current second best lap time. In GT3 we have Ghost Driver dictating pace with the fastest lap of 52.5. Hang on, it looks to have dried out very quickly, so yeah, that's the reason why everyone's improving at the moment. Yeah, last time round 52.5 for Ghost Driver. I was here on 53.1, the Bomb 53.6, Greasy 54.1, Glenn 54.8. Yeah, that was all 12 drivers at the moment, so I think we're going to see a few pit stops here and there. At the moment they're all still showing wet weather tires for me. That could be a glitch, just as the damage on the car doesn't have to be on there at the moment, because the game just reminds all the damage that has been done to the car, and when it gets fixed in the pits it doesn't reset the image. So yeah, you'll have to forgive the programs for that, although they did fix it in the end. But for now we can do nothing about that. So currently looking at second fastest guy on track, FRS Skater.
Hello, Bart.
Oh, sorry there, Jordan. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you. Glad to rejoin everything and get caught up on what's been happening over the last, let's see, 22, almost 23 hours now.
Yeah, I was just reading out the times, as you've heard. I had to use my I use the same display for my PS3 as I do for my desktop, so I can't view both at the same time, though, so that's why I didn't hear you.
No problem. Has there been any drama that I may have missed, or that people just now joining the stream may not know about?
Yeah, well, we have a very long wet weather period for a while. It was raining already in my stint, which was about 5 hours ago, when it's maybe 4.5 hours ago when it started raining, and it has been raining for the whole time in between. So, but now the track seems to have dried out. Yeah, there was some dramas when the track surface water eventually got to about 25%, when a lot of drivers were still on racing hards, including me. So yeah, I myself had a big crash at turn 1 in that lap, but it was already at the end of my stint, so I gave the car back to my teammate, Ghost Driver, who's currently in the car. There were a lot of yellow flags once the track got a little bit more greasy, but I don't think there were that many real big accidents.
Okay, hello guys. I'm back as well.
Hey Kevin, welcome.
Hey, Kevin.
Hello. GTPM complimented us on the broadcast over the whole weekend. Well, it's a pleasure doing this, so thank you.
Yes, thank you, Bambi. It takes quite a lot of effort to pull something like this off for 24 hours. It's it's quite an undertaking, I must say. And there's still lots of room for improvement, but with every race we learn a bit more.
Indeed, and next month we'll do it again.
Let's see, where is our race next month? I don't have the schedule in front of me. Is it Bathurst?
Yeah, the next
Yes.
race is Bathurst. As we see Skater getting it a little bit wrong coming out of the pits.
Living up to his name, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely there. So
Luckily,
he
no
likes to
contact.
do a kickflip here and there. So it's a danger zone first on the scene.
So the Delta Wing, I see
Do we have a live home mode on zip tie?
Not sure. Yeah, we won very slowly in the bus at the moment, so yeah, that's zip tie, it seems. Very fortunate for them, our current LMP2 class leaders.
So the Delta Wings have suffered some incidents throughout the night. Is Inferno Racing, where
Inferno Racing were leading at the 4-hour mark, if I'm correct. Maybe still at the 8-hour mark, but somewhere along the lines they have lost, or not lost, but they forgot to send a few stint pictures, so AJ wasn't updated on them for a while. But now they have been, and they're running in 5th, third in class. So yeah, there were some more spins from the Delta Wings in the rainy period. I mean, these cars are very tricky to keep on the track even in dry weather.
Yeah, I must say at the start of the race, it sure was enjoyable to watch you, and I believe it was the Bomb 330 in the TNR Nismo YouTube GTR. That was a lot of fun to watch you guys battle it out.
Yeah, as I thought the same for a while. We were really close, with our cars being set up very differently. I think the Audi has definitely got the straight line advantage, the way we set it up. But yeah, the GTR could always claw it way back in the infield and keep on my tail during the high-speed bankings. And yeah, we have been battling for basically 3.5 hours. Yeah, we were always maybe within a few seconds of each other. Our pit stops weren't too far from apart. I mean, I sustained some damage in the second lap, which I had to pit for. I pitted a little bit earlier than my first planned stop, but after that our strategies started to sync up again, and yeah, we shared some track. As Ghost Driver has sustained some damage, or has spun out a little bit from the super straight there. Yeah, we have seen some troubles for Ghost Driver in the wet. I think he will be pitting this lap.
Were you pretty happy with the setup on the car?
Yeah, I was. I mean, the The tire wear in the second stint, I think, when I was really pushing. Oh, as Ghost Driver has a huge off in turn 1, where it just locks up, very similar to what I had. This is definitely the disadvantage of the MR layout. So yeah, I think he has to use the limp home mode now, as he's losing quite a bit of time now, which is
Yeah.
a shame. So yeah, back to the setup. I was quite happy with the balance and the dry running. Yeah, one stint I was braking a little bit more into turn 1, locking up more and wearing out the front tires more than I was normally. So in the end, at the end of that stint, it was a little bit more understeery, but the rest was quite nice.
Yeah, the car doesn't look so good right now. It's
No.
it looks like the frame may be bent.
Yeah.
It's a bit off kilter there.
Yeah, and he's
Yeah, this is just a fender bender.
so yeah, 2 cars going past him now. Cars
As
are
you see the
greasy and
shaders
I
of
was
the
here.
live racing passing through Ghost.
Yeah. So we saw a little off from, who's that? The bomb in turn 5.
Approaching the final 19 minutes of this race. How do you look forward to Bathurst?
Well, Bathurst is a very different type of animal to this track. So yeah, I look forward to that event. I mean, it's one of the more classic tracks, if you will. Yeah, the Bathurst 12 is an event that really has come alive the last few years, being now a race where GT3 cars can enter as well. So yeah, simulating that race, we will have a good time with the GT3 cars as well. I think they will be joined by the 3 GT300 and GT Cup cars. So yeah, we'll have a spread out field as well. A little slower overall than this field, even though we have GT3 cars running in here as well, but they are not the overall leaders.
What about the stability with Bathurst? I recall, seems like a few months ago, last year, the online stability was not very good at Bathurst. Has that been resolved, or do you think that'll be an issue?
No, I think that has been resolved. A while back we have used the track for the WRS, and I think it was fine then.
Good. How much do you think you'll practice with your team beforehand?
Yeah, well, the track will definitely require a new setup, so I think we'll be running quite some evenings in between now and then. Yeah, maybe doing 3 hours or 4 hours a week.
Also, Bathurst, a really tight circuit and always a wall nearby. So if you have to use the limp home mode there, you will also lose a lot of time. So
As we see a spinner of a zip tie, which looks like an unfortunate event where he just clipped the wall on himself, by himself, and maybe I noticed on my stint that the outer edge of the track near the wall is actually much more slippier than the rest of the track. So yeah, but looking at all these cars, the TNR Nismo showing damage on the on the engine and some corners. I think virtually every car has had some damage repaired in the pits. Cycling
We
through
see a
them.
skater going off at turn 3, I believe.
Yeah,
Where?
just on the outside of turn 3. Living up to his
Greasy.
name again.
Greasy is the only one so far who hasn't got engine damage. Hours here as well. I must say that these damages are probably already fixed, but there is a glitch with the graphic there. And Hecto, I think he's joined the race about 3/4 of an hour ago. He's still keeping a clean nose, so well done to him.
As we've seen, Eel has left the room. Curious if it's for a driver change or an unfortunate late disconnect. We've
I
got
believe
only
they were in the
minutes
pits,
left.
yeah.
Yeah, they were in the pits, so it looks like a normal driver change. As Greasy runs a bit across the grass, could have been lag because he did just make the corner like normal.
Yes, you see Torchon joined the room, so
Okay,
there's
yeah.
the driver switch.
Yeah, that's his teammate, alright. I've shared the track with Torchon on my second stint. I have to say all the LMP2 and GT500 cars were well behaved in the second stint. That was between maybe the 16th hour and or maybe the 17th hour and the 20th hour.
I'm still on board with the Mercedes-Benz SLS of Bitter Rivals Racing, driven by Greasy. It's the number 43 GT3 car. Currently, based on our latest standings, still in 11th overall and last in class.
The room seems much more stable now than at the beginning of the race. I don't know if it's maybe because it's on running from your connection there, Bart, or if maybe there's less congestion. The cars seem much smoother.
Two Nismos next to each other in turn 2. Yeah, well, I'm running this directly from my capture card into my desktop, so yeah, images should be smooth. The only hiccups may be coming from my desktop sometimes, or the XSplit program having a little bit of a buffer, but yeah, the connection to YouTube is quite well.
Yeah, now following the Green Helvetens Nismo. They're currently in 10th place and in 4th place within their class.
As we see yellow in the bus stop chicane. Oh, that was the GTMX of Hecto. Lexus Racing Scuderia GTMX.
Currently in 2nd.
Yeah. The difference between the two Lexi was very small at the 18-hour update.
Yeah, it was 45 seconds, I believe.
Yeah, 40 or 30 seconds maybe.
Unfortunately, after that, we saw that Hector had a disconnect.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that will put them down the order just a little bit.
I'm going to step away for a few moments, guys. I'll be right back.
All right. So we have Zip Tie with some damage, now returning back to pits.
Didn't he have some damage a couple of laps ago?
Yeah, you're
Coming
quite
out
right.
of the stop. So really unfortunate. Although the track wetness meter says 0%, you can still see a lot of spray coming from the cars. So
Yeah, it's
it
probably
will be slippery. Yeah.
the racing line that is yeah, has dried up a little bit. He rejoins the track with a very slippery pit lane. You must take care not to put it in the wall there. And also this first corner after coming out of the pits is very slippery.
Yeah, new, fresh, and cold tires.
So yeah, the 17 Courage C60 Peugeot powered car, being the only traditional LMP2 prototype in the race. The other two Pescarolo or Courage chassis yeah, haven't made qualifying. So yeah, the two Delta Wings obviously being the other two cars in LMP2.
Yeah, I talked about that with Andrew a bit earlier today, but the Delta Wings showed some great one lap pace in which they qualified, and some of the Pescarolo chassis weren't qualified. But now in race we see the consistency of the Peugeot. Whereas the Delta Wings had some troubles keeping the Delta Wing on the track. So interesting to see the differences between the cars.
back.
Welcome back.
Let's see, we have some good news. Looks like Tom will be joining us here shortly for the end of the race. The famous Tom Brooks, who
Yeah.
we had on at the start of the race, and certainly very popular commentator in the chat room. So he'll be back soon. Great news.
He's now torch on making his way past these two GT3 cars. Looking to go up the inside for the bus stop chicane. I think he's already passed. It's still Glenn chasing Isles here. So it's Green Hell Heathens from Mercedes Reaper Online Racing.
Yeah, the Mercedes of Reaper Online Racing currently running second in class. The Green Hell Heathens in fourth. So this should be the Green Hell Heathens getting lapped.
As it's Giorgio and Glenn having a look in turn 1. Really close together there.
Wow.
Great racing. Although the track...
Glenn took an advantage of that blue flag.
Yeah, definitely did, as the Honda car that has just passed them has gone off at turn 3. So we'll need to start again. Ooh. So who have we got in the infield? That's RCB.
In the meanwhile, if the viewers have any questions for us, please feel free to comment, and maybe we can answer those questions for you.
I saw earlier our interview with the three of us played. I had a chance to keep an eye on the live chat during the broadcast, and looks like it was very well received. So nice job, guys. I think a lot of people enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think they did. I got a lot of compliments afterwards. So definitely going to do some more of those driver interviews. We've been thinking of subjects we can discuss in these interviews, and well, this being such a great game, and we have so many people involved, so there are a lot of great stories to be told.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see the counter of the people watching going up now. 113 people. Thank you for tuning in. We're watching the first round of the 2015 GTPlanet Endurance Series. At the 24 Hours of Daytona. Nearing the final hour of the race.
We are currently on board with the Honda HSV from Car Racing, the number 21. Car is in 6th place overall and 3rd in class. However, there are 3 LMP2 classes between the 2nd place and the GT500 and the 3rd place.
yeah, being on board with number 17 now, a bit of a laggy experience now.
Yeah, it's the Courage Peugeot of ABC Racing. Current driver is Zeptai, I believe. Car's currently first in class.
I always enjoy seeing people in the chat cheer for a particular team.
Yeah, we had quite a few of Escuderia GTMX fans in there. Now also some TWR. Currently at the lead. It can still be very close between these two backside teams. Although, wasn't it Kevin that you mentioned that GTMX had a little bit of a disconnect?
Yeah, it was earlier in the race. I think it was about 3 hours ago.
3 hours ago. So yeah, that was right around the 18th hour.
Yeah, I guess so. I think there was between 3 and 4 hours left on the clock. So.
Oh no, yeah. So that's around the 20th hour. So I fear that GTMX then has dropped back a little. Not to disappoint their fans, but yeah, they are still running a great race.
We have a question on YouTube. Marco asks, are all the commentators at the "I just want to be done" point now? Well, actually, I'm not. I'm really excited to see how it unfolds, and really excited to see the end of the race.
Yeah, agreed. It's like the final hour of an endurance race, 24-hour endurance race. It's always interesting, and we've had some drama in the past with some lobby disconnects and that sort of thing with these.
Andrew told me I couldn't discuss that. It's a sign to the gods. So
yes. It's just like, as I say, it's just like acts of God in real life. You never know when lightning might strike, or maybe a heavy rain, or an earthquake or something. It could always races can be stopped in life as well. So.
Just one spins off.
Yeah, I see it on the map there. Looks like it was right into turn 2.
As NASCAR dude in the comments says, his name is Danger Zone. Oh my goodness, that's fitting.
It is indeed.
That's real close. See, Marco Tuff is putting off a 10-page paper to watch our stream. So thank you, Marco Tuff. I appreciate the compliment, but definitely don't keep putting that off too long. Those 10-page papers will certainly sneak up on you if you're not careful. Try increasing your font size. They will fill up more easy.
Yes, character spacing is another small thing that you can adjust to get a few extra lines out of it. another
Well,
good
might as well pick up on some of our commentary as well. I hope his speak recognition software does a better job as the functionality provided by YouTube.
It'll probably just say, and the Delta Wing spins again, over and over and over.
Interesting to see the tire strategies of the teams.
Yeah, that's quite a miss. Yeah. When you're driving, do you take a earlier apex or a later apex there in turn 3? I never seem to feel like I can get that turn right. I always feel like I'm either turning in too early or too late or not at all. Yeah, turn 6 is another one where it always feels like you're never getting it quite right, but there is a fast way through it. It's one of the most important turns on the track, of course.
Long run on the banking till the bus stop. So also the foundation of many positional changes. Because if you're behind someone and get a good exit, a better exit than the one in front, and you manage to find a slipstream, then an opportunity to overtake to the. Okay.
Yeah, that would have been ugly in real life.
The bus stop can be a good overtaking opportunity. As these two try to demonstrate, I guess.
Oh, I see we have Tom Brooks joining us on the commentary team. Hello, Tom.
Yeah, good evening. How are we? Are we well?
Yes, we are.
Great.
We're
Fantastic.
officially in the last hour of the race.
Brilliant. Well, things have changed since I was last involved. So tell me, what are the main differences? Anything significant that's changed? I see that the AER Inferno Delta Wing isn't leading anymore, which they had the lead last time I caught up with them, which is earlier on in the race. So what's the story? Why have we got GT500 cars leading the pack and then a smattering of LMP2 cars?
Well, we've had some rain periods, and I think they were the most consistent of them all. Now, at the 18-hour mark, they had a couple of laps in between them and the other LMP2 car. So yeah, they must have done really well to stay on the track and be as consistent as they were. Maybe also a little bit less connection troubles. Could have just been a disconnection from a few of the LMP2 teams, but yeah, the Lexus at the front of the pack at the moment.
Right. Okay. I see. Well, certainly sounds like it's been certainly a busy time. So yeah, well, I'm glad to be back for the last sort of 45. Well, less than 45 minutes now, just under, or over rather, 40 minutes. But it's wonderful to be back. So thank you for having me back. I have to say.
It's a pleasure having you.
Oh, you're too kind. I owe you guys a lot of money.
The chat room has gone crazy, I might add, since
I can see. I'm just on there now as well. Yeah. Oh, they're too kind. Oh, there we go. It's wonderful to be back.
Sorry to interrupt. We saw a
go
message
ahead.
of AJ about the finish being at 24 hours and 15 minutes.
Yes, that's very important.
So there we go. So, okie dokie, bear with me just a moment. Oh, hang on a second. I'm logging into the wrong YouTube account. I want to be able to post and people can actually see the posts. So that's always useful. So the two Delta Wings that we're currently looking at on circuit have just gone through the horseshoe. Are they on the same lap as each other, or are they on different laps respectively?
I think they're on different laps. The chance that they are on the same lap, I think is very slim. At the 18-hour mark, they were 5 laps in between.
Ah, right, I see. Okay, just a blue flag there for number 45 as well. That's come up on the screen. Bear with me just a minute.
Seems Tom has already picked up new fans, even among people that don't know him. They already love him.
Yeah, oh God, yeah, what on earth happened there? So we're about to start barking now. I've got a fangirl, that's what we kind of do.
I think actually he's a dude. Very tricky, this sort of situation on the internet.
Certainly are. Certainly are. Sorry about that. Got people doing shopping runs for me. As is the way. So I'm off doing some other commentary after this, actually, for another series. So I'm getting my voice in check. But RCB 929 there in the Delta Wing, he is, of course, part of the Inferno Racing Squad. It was a shame to see them go so far down the order now in 5th place. They were doing very well. Even the Nissan, Delta Wing that was so far down the order in the early stages of the race is now ahead. Wonderful.
It was a little Dutch lesson during the 24 Hours of Daytona.
Okie dokie, no problem at all.
All right, have a nice dinner, Bart.
There we are. I had my dinner before I came on. See, preparation.
Yeah, I also ordered some, so it would be more efficient.
Yeah, don't have to worry about cooking it.
It's still lunchtime over here. So
I wish it was lunchtime over here. I'm hungry again now. Anyway, getting back to the action in hand, so we see the Inferno Delta Wing in the pit lane. So that's the AER car. So obviously just putting some more fuel in the car. How long, out of interest, has their driver within the AER Delta Wing been out on circuit? Have they been out for quite a while?
I guess so, yes. I think,
yeah, since I've been on the broadcast, he's been in the car. So.
Ah, okay, right. Yeah. Okay. You just want to see a blue flag there for number 42 as well. So.
Yeah, that'd be Reaper Online Racing in the SLS AMG GT3 car.
Yeah.
And I believe Bart is controlling the cameras, so we'll probably be riding along with RCB until he gets done there.
But that's okay, because it's a spectacular car to look at, if anything.
It is. That livery is just awesome. Looks great.
It really does. Especially it glints in the sunlight, I should say. Mind you, I saw earlier on there were a few spots of rain lingering around. Was there a downpour at all?
Yeah. It just came down from 100% a couple of hours ago.
Right. Oh, okay. So there was downpour during the race. Wow.
Yeah.
So
we had
very
2 or 3 major rainfalls.
So there we go. So there we are. What a variable to add into this already exciting race as well. I mean, with the overnight stint, of course, we had the interview between was it Jordan and Bart, I believe it was.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So that must have been good fun for sure.
Yeah, we got some really good comments on it.
Ah, well, there you go. You can't ask for more than that, I suppose.
Yeah, I think people enjoyed it. The viewer count actually upped a bit, which I was surprised because it was quite late in the evening at that point. But people tuned in just to listen. So
yeah, that's very good. I'd say because it was sort of 2 a.m. over in Blighty where we are, or where I am, rather, I should say.
Yeah.
So there we go. But we're now into. What are we into? The final 50 minutes of the race thus far, pretty much now, as we see RCB putting a lap on the Bitter Rivals Racing Mercedes. Goes past him with relative ease through the horseshoe. But the TWR... Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tom.
No, I was just going to say, it'd be interesting to see the 2 Lexuses as well. I mean, it's, the TWR, the Italian-run team, were very, very competitive and had something of a quiet race when I left the fold last night after the first 4 hours. But they've really sort of shot up there and obviously are now leading the race in the number 25.
Yeah, it's a good showing from the GT500 cars, and it shows just how competitive they actually are with compared to the LMP2s. So they're definitely quick. But I was going to mention with this Inferno Racing team and SR Motorsports as well, and the Delta Wings. I'd be interested to hear how their relationship with the Delta Wing has changed over the past 24 hours to see if they've ever managed to get comfortable with the car, because I believe it does have speed in it if you just have to learn how to drive it. So
I certainly think so. I think it's definitely one of those cars that has a niche setup as well. I think it's one of those. It's got a very, very small window of when it works and when it can be absolutely horrible as well.
yeah, I don't believe I would want to drive it for a 2 or 3 hour stint, but kudos to those who give it a go.
Yeah, definitely. And also for the SSR team as well, driving the Nissan Delta Wing, they've done a superlative job after a very, very difficult start to their race. They were languishing at the bottom of the field with their driver having had an incident on the first lap, then having to pit for damage, for following damage rather, I should say, and then, of course, having a penalty due to causing the incident at turn 1, just a blue flag from the number 44 car there, number 44, the TNR Nismo, the American-run team in the GT3 class, getting a blue flag. But yeah, no, they've really certainly made gains, and they're sitting very pretty in 4th place. It just goes to show the strengths of an endurance race. Even if you have incidents within the first few laps, you really can make it up, of course, over the long time period, which is fantastic to see as well. It really does mean that all can not be lost, as is so often the case within the first couple of laps.
Yeah, if you compare the performance in the opening laps to where they are now, well, I guess they are on the podium for the LMP2 category and just sitting off the overall podium. She goes to show that you can't write yourself off in an endurance race like this at any time. And still, who knows what could happen? There could be
anything could happen.
Exactly. Yeah.
The beauty of endurance racing.
NASCAR dudes asked if there will be as much coverage for all the races on the subject of the broadcast. So I'm certainly willing to do that. I think everyone will. So I think we're in for a good season of broadcasting.
Yeah, certainly so.
Certainly lots of improvements we could make and refinements as we learn our way through these broadcasts. It's a lot of work, so it takes a lot of people. I think any feedback that you guys have is certainly appreciated. Feel free to send that to myself or AJ or anyone involved in the broadcast here, or leave a note in the chat room. But there's lots of people live streaming races, and we face some challenges with working with Gran Turismo 6, of course, compared to a lot of the PC sim racers. So we have to kind of jury rig our own solutions to some problems, and makes it difficult to update the positions and things. But we do the best we can, and there's still lots of room for improvement. But hopefully we'll be able to stream maybe all the races, if not all the races, at least the major ones, such as Spa, Nürburgring, Le Mans, of course.
There we go. So I'd certainly like to
stuff to come.
I'd certainly like to be a part of these races. They are spectacular. I do love endurance racing. It's something I've not really been into for that long. Endurance racing, actually, I have to say, having followed Formula One religiously for so many years, but. Over the past couple of years, my interest has certainly increased. I'm off to the 6 Hours of Silverstone at the World Endurance Championship in April. So I'm very, very much looking forward to that. And maybe next year, finally, I'll be able to go to Le Mans. But we'll have to wait and see on the timetable for that one.
Yeah, if you go, be sure to connect with a lot of the GTPlanet members that go every year. There's always a good contingent led by Andrew Famine, of course. And they always group up and make the drive down from the UK and set up camp, and always seem to have a great time. So if you ever get the chance to go, be sure to let them know.
Yeah, certainly. So I will do. I remember interviewing last year. It was back when the 24th weekend. I was interviewing Rue, I believe it was, of GTPlanet, with everyone in the car. They were just about to go on board the Eurostar, I believe, to get over to France. And I called them quickly on the phone for 5 or 10 minutes, and it was lovely to chat to them, actually. Very, very nice bunch of people, and we were having a nice old chat about Gran Turismo, about GT Planet, and of course, about the Le Mans as well, and how long the GTP meetup at Le Mans has been going on. It's been going on for quite some time, it has to be said.
Yeah, I think maybe 4 or 5 years now. It's I think they really took an interest since the GT Academy champions, of course, have joined with Nissan and in the race. And of course, this year I think we're all in store for a treat, and hopefully we'll see some GT Academy drivers in the LMP1 category with Nissan's new race car. Yeah,
certainly so. I mean, that's as we were talking about last night, a series of much speculation. The Nissan LMP1 car. So be very, very interesting to see when we get the full reveal of that. I know that yourself, Jordan, you'll be watching the hand egg game, as Andrew so delicately put it last time. The hand egg game for that specific commercial in there.
Yes, a big hand egg game tonight, and I don't know. I guess you guys get the game broadcast over there. I'm sure it's quite late, but do they show that there? Is it the American broadcast, or do you have your own British commentators? How does that work?
I believe we get the American broadcast with the American commentators, but I don't believe we get the American adverts, unfortunately, because they're the big thing, the adverts, as far as a lot of companies are concerned. They certainly like the adverts because of just obviously the viewership within that specific time period. Yeah,
it's the running joke is that many people watch the game just for the commercials, not for the actual game itself. But it's something everybody watches. Of course, now all the companies try to one up one another and put all of their commercials on YouTube before the actual game. So it's not quite as impactful as it used to be, but still something everyone watches. So it's going to be really fun to see what Nissan releases. Of course, they haven't released theirs because they want to reveal their new LMP1 car in their commercial. But they say that rumor is, I suppose, we'll find out soon enough. But it's going to be fun to watch. An extra reason to watch the game, in addition to the good hand egg competition.
Yeah, certainly so. Oh dear. No, it's been a good race so far. We've got a car in the pit lane as well. I can't tell you who that is currently at the moment, so we will have to wait and see on that front, as another car also coming down pit road as well. Sorry we're not able to give you full updates, by the way. We are not in control of the cameras currently, I'm afraid to say. But we'll try and keep you as updated as we can when we can. But lovely to have your company. Thank you for tuning in. If you have just tuned in, just mention there's someone gone off at the bus stop chicane as well. I can see on my mini-map someone going round yellow in sector 4. We can see there. We're just waiting to find out. They do manage to get going successfully again. I don't quite know, given that it was only on my mini-map that I saw them, whether they clipped the wall. Green flag now in sector 4. But will they have to pit for damage? We'll see as they come down towards pit road. But yeah, it'll be very, very interesting to find out about what happened on that front. And I should just mention, by the way, if you are tuned in on YouTube, of course, thank you for tuning in. You're watching the Daytona 24 Hours here, the GTPlanet Endurance Series, in towards the final hour we are now, and it's wonderful to have your company. You can see from your leaderboard on screen that the GT500 cars are currently leading ahead of 3 LMP2 cars, and then another GT500 car followed by all of the GT3 cars, all 5 of them in one go. So it's a very, very competitive race it has been so far, and it's wonderful to have your company. My name's Tom Brooks, by the way. I'm in your commentary box through till the race end. Also, we have Jordan, of course, webmaster and founder of GTPlanet.net. Without Jordan, you guys wouldn't be watching this at the moment. So we have a lot of thanks to owe. And of course, you can follow GT Planet on Twitter as well, at GT Planet News. You can also follow Jordan as well, at JordanMG. And myself as well, if you fancy reading some boring tweets about Formula 1 or about when my car won't start, you can follow me at Tom Brooks F1 is how I am on Twitter. So we'd love to have your company. And if you have any questions you want us to answer as well, feel free. You can comment in the box on the right-hand side of your screen. You can pop something in there. Doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a question about GT Planet, whether it's about the racing, or whether it's about one of us as well. You can always ask us a question. We're always happy to ask, or to answer it rather, within reason. So feel free to get commenting and pop a question in that box on your right-hand side, or alternatively give it to us via Twitter. I think that will help.
Yes, and don't forget the selfies you occasionally post on Twitter as well. Those.
Oh, goodness gracious! No. Oh, that means we're going to have to do another one at some point, doesn't it? So yeah, I might have to go for another selfie on Twitter. If you saw the one yesterday, then I'm sorry about that. But if you didn't see it, you can have a look at it on Twitter if you're on there. Like I say, I'm at Tom Brooks F1. You'll see a very, very amusing. Well, I say amusing one. It's not amusing. It's just me making a bit of a silly face, really, showing my perfect face for radio, because that's what I do in my spare time. Yeah. So that's that then. Yeah, anyway.
For those of you asking about the updates from AJ, of course, as you can see, these updates, the current standings displayed on the screen are a few hours old, but actually, according to AJ, the standings are still correct. So what you see on the screen is valid. It's just not absolutely current, but you can still use that to see what position everyone is in. And regarding the camera being on the Delta Wing of Inferno Racing at the moment, that will be updated in just a few moments when our cameraman returns from his break.
Quite rightly so. Anyway. So there's a series of cars going through the first sector as well. I can see on my screen quite a few drivers within the first sector. Not so within sector 4 that you're looking at RCB at the moment. He is just coming through the banking, as you can see on your screen. And like we say, yeah, a lot of cars going through sector 1. It's that time of the race again where they all sort of bunch up. But as we saw last time, they sort of managed to peter out as the race went on, as it were. I love that saying, peter out. I think that's... I found that in Canada a few years ago. But
what is it? Peter out?
Peter out, yeah. Petering out.
Peter around.
Yeah. Okay. something peters out. It gets bigger, or it decreases in quantity, or something like that. Yeah. There you go. That's a term I found. That was over, like I say, over in Canada when I was about 11. So about blimey, how long ago was that? That was quite a while ago. That was 2008. I went over there. So. Yeah, so there we go. Anyway, sorry, I'm moonlighting again. Apologies about that. But anyway, currently leading the race, of course, is the Team-Wise Racing Lexus number 25 in the GT500 class. Second place is the Scuderia GTMX team in the number 24 Lexus SC430. Good showing from Lexus. The two GT500 cars leading the overall race and, of course, leading their class as well. Then comes 3 LMP2 cars, courtesy of number 17 ABC Racing. They are in third position at the moment, as you can see on your screen overall. And then comes the 2 Delta Wings, the Nissan of SSR Motorsports, the number 10 in fourth place. In fifth place, the 11 of the Mazda Delta Wing, that is in fifth place. In sixth comes another GT500 car of the 21 Honda Scar Racing. And then comes the GT3 cars, the Avalarion Racing Audi in seventh. 33 is the number, and 7th overall, but first in the GT3 class. Then is the Reaper Online Racing number 42 Audi, I believe that is. It is number 42 Audi indeed, and they are in 8th position. And then comes the TNR Nismo team. They are in 9th overall, 3rd in class for the GT3s. Number 44 sitting pretty there in 9th, as we see RCB just going up the inside of the aforementioned Nismo of the Bomb driving now. So he gets past with relative ease. In 10th place is the Green Hill Heathens Famine team, or otherwise known as Andrew. We had him on earlier in the broadcast. Number 45, they're sitting pretty in 10th place. And then we have number 43, Bit of Rivals Racing. Their Mercedes SLS AMG number 43 is in 11th place, last in the GT3 class. And then the GT500 number 28 car of SSR Motorsports is now in 12th place. So that's the number 28 car that rounds off the field thus far. So there we go.
Yeah, good update. See, we have a question in the chat to me about future of GT Planet, any updates we have coming. And Yeah, as you may have heard during the interview session with myself and Bart, hosted by Kevin last night or early this morning, the site's going to be opening up a new store very soon. So it's going to be a one-stop shop for all your sim racing products and accessories and seats and games and consoles and everything you need to play the games. And I'm really excited about it. I'm really excited to help a lot of the small business people that are creating their own accessories, and you see everything from socks to button boxes to racing seats and wheel stands and all that stuff. And they at the moment it's hard for them to promote their products or advertise them to the people that are interested in buying them. And I think this store will help give them a lot of visibility, and hopefully will help people interested in sim racing find and discover a lot of the products that are actually out there. So I'm really looking forward to that. Hope to have that up hopefully sometime within a few weeks. So keep an eye out for more info.
Yeah, certainly that would be absolutely fantastic. Of course, we saw the store on there a few years ago, I believe it was, before the updated. Was it when was the store removed? Was it 2012 or 2013?
I believe that was 2012. Yeah, in that case, it was really just a store that had, logo products, just T-shirts and we had a thong, a lady's thong with the GTPlanet logo on it. That was the most popular product, of course. But this store will be very different. It'll be it's online, of course. I see someone asking about that. It's not a physical store; it's an online store. But this will be powered by vendors, basically merchants, and so they'll be able to sell their products from wherever they're located. Shipping, of course, will depend on what their shipping policies are, but it'll let a lot of different merchants service a lot of different people and all the people that come to GTPlanet. So I'm really looking forward to it, and hopefully it can help out a lot of people and help the sim racing industry grow overall.
Oh, certainly so. I've just sorry, as you were, carry on.
We have a question from Kadigan asking if the WRS races will get the same kind of coverage, or it will just be the endurance races. Well, this is particularly for the endurance series. The WRS series, we occasionally do a breakdown video of those. So if you go onto YouTube after the race, you can search on GTP_PASM, and he will have WRS breakdown videos and streams of his races. So a lot of great stuff to watch after we see how this unfolds.
Yes, I see we have some interest in the thong as well in the chat. Don't worry, the thong will return to the new store, so you'll be able to place your orders for that very soon.
There we go. Also, pre-season Formula One testing commenced today, of course, in Jerez, and just for those who don't want to know, I'll give you a second to mute your audio. But yeah, it was a very interesting day of testing. Of course, Nico Rosberg was the driver to complete the most amount of laps. He completed 157 laps overall, which is more that he completed more per driver in one day than the whole of the top teams did in Jerez last year. There weren't a lot of laps completed at all last year in pre-season testing over the entirety of 4 days, I should state that is. So he completed more laps in one day.
Most of them couldn't get out of the pit box, but
there we go. Just having a look as well. I've just had a look at something on online, and apparently there's a video of the McLaren Honda as well. Apparently it sounds pretty gnarly from here. So in fact, I've got my audio monitors hooked up, so I think we should have a listen to that.
Sure.
If we can. So let's have a listen.
So yeah, that's a camera change. So I'm back, guys.
Hello, Bart.
On board with the Lexus TWR.
fireworks.
It's the McLaren Honda. So there we are. I have to say that sounds pretty aggressive, if you ask me. That was just on tick over, by the way, whilst they were warming the car up.
It sounds very different.
Certainly does, yeah. Compared to some of the cars last year, we heard a lot of drivers and a lot of teams complaining about some things, but yeah, it seems to be very, very nice. Sounds very, very good as well. Anyway, as you say, a change of camera as well. We're looking at the TWR Lexus, currently leading the pack in the GT500 class. Into the last half an hour of the race now.
Yes, we are.
We certainly are. So there we go, into the last half an hour of the race. Very, very much looking forward to the development, and I'll be back in about a moment.
I'll address the questions in the chat room. Regarding the possibility of having shirts with your GTPlanet username on them. It's actually an interesting idea. I've been approached by a company that specializes in that sort of thing. So it would take a bit of work to pull that off technically to make it scalable, but it's definitely something that's on my radar, and it's something I'd like to offer one day. So it's definitely a possibility. Thanks for showing your support and interest in that. Of course, it's always good to know that if people would actually be interested in buying something like that. So definitely, it may happen.
Here's the other Lexus, the 24 Lexus of Escuderia GTMX, piloted by Hector.
What is the difference between the two Lexuses on track?
The difference on track, good question.
Where's the other one driving right now?
Hector is just across the start-finish line, and Torchon is now across the start-finish line. So the GTMX team currently on track, ahead by about 10 seconds or 15 seconds, if I can estimate like that.
Okay. That's not a whole lot of difference.
Nope. So yeah, if they are on the same lap, it remains to be seen who is the leader, but they are all going to be flagged at 14:15.
24:15, you mean?
Yeah, 24:15 overall time in the lobby, but local track time.
Okay.
14:15.
Yes.
Because that's the one that viewers can see as well.
So we have a question about a GTPlanet livery car in Gran Turismo 6. Of course,
The
I'm sure.
of Valerian had a livery of GT.
Yeah, that's made it's been quite a interesting picture. It's gotten a lot of attention, but it's of course that's not real. It's been photoshopped, but yeah, there's going to be a GTPlanet car in the Project Cars game, which is coming out in March. So that's going to be in the official game that you can buy, off the shelf in the console versions and the PC version, of course. And you never know, there may be a GTPlanet car in Gran Turismo one day too. So just have to keep an eye out.
Would be great to have one.
Yeah. Can't say any more than that, but you never know what may pop up. I'm actually going to step away for just a few moments, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay. Currently on board with Danger Zone and Nissan Delta Wing, currently second in the LMP2 class. As you can see, it's driven by Danger Zone.
As you mentioned, yeah. So, sorry, I'm back, by the way. Someone's asked me to do my impression of Murray Walker. Oh, heavens. Does Tom do his Murray Walker impression? Does he really? Silly question. Of course he does. What shall I commentate on that's not particularly that interesting? And there we are. We see a white line on the side of the circuit. Yes, it's been there for the whole duration of the race, and it carries on to stay there now. Fantastic job from the line on the side of the circuit. Brilliant. There you go.
Wow, hooray.
I think that reaction was better than the impression in itself.
Oh, that was quite good.
That's alright, I can do one if there's a crash. I can do the one he did at Spa in 1998. Oh, God! There you go. And Michael Schumacher has hit David Coulthard! And that's what you got to do.
Yeah. What's that quote of him saying, well, these two cars are about the same, but they're not actually.
Yeah, what was it? There's nothing wrong with that car, of course, except that it is on fire. As we see, there's a spin for the LMP2. Nissan Delta Wing, sorry, just getting back to action for a moment. He spins off through turn 1.
Yeah, who
as
isn't
we're looking at
on
screen.
fire.
Yeah, who isn't
clarify.
on fire. Yeah, he's not on fire. And another spin as well. Another spin. He goes off. I don't believe it. So, problems for the number 10 Delta Wing of SSR Motorsport. And yellow flag in sector 1 as we're seeing. Suffering some damage. Limp home mode for Danger Zone then. So there we are. Confirmation on the screen that Danger Zone will limp back to the pits to repair the damage. So the number 10 Delta Wing, currently sitting second in LMP2 class, will have to limp back to the pit lane and will lose some significant time.
So will Inferno claw their way back using this limp home mode? I mean, they can probably unlap themselves at least one lap with this situation.
There we go. 120 people tuned in on the stream currently. Thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in. You're watching the GTPlanet Endurance Series, 24 hours of Daytona. And what a superb race it has been thus far. Your leader is the Team Wise Racing GT500 Lexus SC430. And also, we should mention as well the other Lexus of the Scuderia GTMX team, sitting pretty in second place overall and second in the GT500 class. And then comes the third place LMP2 car of Peugeot ABC Racing, of course. And then the Nissan SSR Motorsports Delta Wing, which we saw going off not so long ago. The number 10 car had a bit of an off at turn 1 and had to limp back to the pit lane to repair the damage. The car behind the SSR Motorsports Delta Wing is the one we're looking at on screen now, the AER Nissan of Inferno Racing, the number 11, sitting pretty in 5th position overall and 3rd and sadly last in the LMP2 class. And then, of course, comes the GT500 car of Scar Honda Racing. And as you can see on your screen, the smattering of GT3 cars and another GT500 to conclude things once more.
So yeah, we see the car of Nissan SSR now in turn 7, about to be passed by RCB. There it happened, so at least one lap now gained by the Inferno team.
And right you are as well.
As he's about, yeah, a little over halfway through the lap. And RCB crosses the finish line now, so if he's lucky, he will get another lap on him.
He certainly might do. Into the closing stages of the race. As you can see on your screen, just 20 minutes now remaining of the race here, the 24 Hours of Daytona. And I'm going to have to stay to the end, but I've got to say I'm going to be in such a rush to finish off because I'm going to go and do another racing series after this. I'm very, very busy this evening, so I shan't be able to stay much longer than the race finish, I'm afraid to say. But then I would have to jump off and then go and do my my other lot of racing, unfortunately. So, as we see a green flag now in Sector 4 and a yellow flag coming up in Sector 5. Not entirely sure what that is about, as we see there's an LMP2 car on the screen that we can see going past someone. Not the one you're looking at the moment, but there's another LMP2 car, I believe, trying to get past one of the GT500s into the second horseshoe.
Yeah, so Steve has just answered one of the commoners' questions. How far is Scar back? Scar is indeed 26 laps behind the leader, and they are 4 laps behind Inferno Racing, who is the next position up the road.
So there we go. Right, bear with me just a minute.
And a late driver change for the Nissan SSR team. Z taking over from Danger Zone.
I believe he might be. You're quite right. So we look at Giorgio 57 in the Honda HSV for the Scar Racing team. They were having a very, very good race last time I saw, and third in class for the GT500 cars, and 6th overall isn't too bad of a showing for them, it has to be said. Not too bad at all.
Hello guys, I've returned.
There we go. Nice to have you back.
Just going to do a little cleanup in the chat room.
Yep. It's fun having people around and appreciating a good conversation, but we don't have place for trolls right here.
So yeah, it's actually the Lexus of Teamwise Racing closing in on GTMX.
And right you are as well. So yeah, the French run team. I said the Italian one again earlier. It's the French run team, I should state. I got that wrong earlier in the race and was slapped on the wrist about it. But yeah, you're quite right. So yeah, catching down the was it the GTMX car you were referring to?
Yeah,
it was.
GTMX, yeah.
Yeah, so he's currently ahead of him on track, just going to put a lap on him then. But if it's a bit of a ballsy overtake, then we'll get excited about it. So as the GTMX car puts their windscreen wiper on. Hope that's everything is all right, not an indication of something else, but there we go. So 16 minutes now remaining of your race, as you can see on your screen. And it's been thrilling thus far into the closing and final stages of the 24 Hours of Daytona. And I tell you what, I cannot wait for the next round after this as well. It's going to be absolutely superb.
It is going to be good and slightly shorter as well, with just a 12-hour race, so it'll be a bit easier for everyone involved.
Yeah, most certainly so. So yeah, 12 hours, of course, shorter stint, and of course, less drivers need to be involved as well, which frees them up to race in some other series or some other classes, or whatever they prefer to do, really, which is always nice to see. We like to see a lot of different nationalities, lot of drivers on the field. It's relatively diverse, as we see a blue flag for the number 42 car, which is the Reaper Online Racing Mercedes. 15 minutes now remaining, as you can see on your screen of the race.
Yeah, the both Lexuses have now, or Lexi have a clear track ahead of them, so there should be no distractions to this battle. There's a yellow in sector 2. slow driving car in turn 5. That's the Mercedes. Oh no, that's the Skater. The Nissan SSR team. Having a bit of a spin, I think.
I think you might be right. Looking at FRS Skater on screen at the moment in the GT500 Nissan. And oh, he's off into the barrier. I think that might be some connection troubles. So
He is going quite slow now.
yeah, he is into the barrier. So that is a legitimate problem for the GT500 car. Currently being driven, like we say, by FRS Skater, and that of course is the SSR Motorsports entrant, which is rather sadly sat at the back of the field at the moment in class and within. Yeah, and a shake through the bus stop as well.
Track. Haven't seen that in a while.
No,
but
yeah, so some problems. So one would imagine that the number 28 will be going into the pit lane at the end of the lap. 13 minutes now remain of your race.
But yeah, him having damage probably gives him a reason to cut a little bit of the track. So yeah, back to the Lexi.
Yeah, the Lexi battle. It's still brewing, still ongoing, and I'm relatively sure it's not for position. It isn't for position, no, of course, as it's the TWR car who is in the lead, chasing down the GTMX car. So, as we see a green flag now, a full course green on track. We had a yellow flag just a moment ago. But yeah, now into the final 12 minutes of the race, into the closing stages. If you just tuned in, thank you for joining us. You're watching the GTPlanet Endurance Series 24 Hours of Daytona, of course streamed live on YouTube. We've got GT500 cars, LMP2 cars and GT3 cars in the race. And the GT500 cars are currently ahead, two of them, the two Lexus SC430s, ahead of the three LMP2 cars in this race, which consists of a Peugeot Courage of ABC Racing, the two Delta Wings as well, the SSR Motorsports Nissan Delta Wing, and also the AER Delta Wing as well, the Mazda Delta Wing as it's more affectionately known. And of course, like I say, a smattering of different cars, different drivers, different calibers of drivers, and different nationalities as well. Really does demonstrate the way that GTPlanet is so all-encompassing, I have to say. Sounding much better, we have to say.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this.
Right, so yeah, Torchon seems to have caught up a little bit with the GTMX team.
Mm-hmm.
About half the gap that it was before.
Just been having a look to relate to Formula 1 for just a moment. Just been having a look at the Red Bull, of course. The interim livery they're running is certainly something that's very, very eye-catching over the past day or so. So if you don't know if you've seen the sort of camo livery they're trying to pawn off, it looks almost like Vettel's helmet from Monza a couple of years ago, and it's something that a lot of different car manufacturers use for their testing, of course, to enable or to unenable photographers to get the pictures of the correct lines of the cars.
Oh, that's interesting, yeah. Especially with the lines of each car being very important for aerodynamics purposes. I get why they would want to cover up some of the bodywork.
Yeah, I have to say it does look like a nice car as we see the SC430 getting his way past the TNR Nismo there and getting a bit sideways through the left-hander onto the banked part of the circuit. But anyway, 9 minutes 40 seconds currently remain, or just about a bit less than that actually. 9 minutes remaining of your race at the moment. And perfect weather conditions we're having as well, it must be said. The weather has been nothing but perfect over the past hour that I've been here for pretty much. And I have to say, it's been very nice to see as well. It's nice to see the good weather. We had some rain earlier on, or so I hear, and that really did sort of play a crucial factor in the part of the race, of course. So 100% standing water from some reports that I've heard of. And the two Lexuses still fairly close on circuit. The GT500 cars, the GTMX is being chased down by the Teamwise Racing French outfit that we're looking at on screen, the Petronas liveried car.
Torch on there now very close within striking distance, I'd say.
Certainly is. Oh, for those wondering, by the way, if you didn't catch the Miata race yesterday, the support event at Daytona, of course, before the 24 hours kicked off, you can catch it on demand on our YouTube, on the GTPlanet YouTube channel. Feel free just to click on there. You can catch the entire 3-hour race in its entirety. So you can't go far wrong with watching that, because it was a thrilling race, I have to say. I commentated on the last hour and a half of that, and I very much enjoyed the racing. So feel free to get on watching that after you've completed watching the Daytona 24 hours. Of course, that is, as I keep repeating, in its closing stages.
Yeah, these two Lexi will have a few cars of traffic to deal with now. I think I saw the Nissan SSR in the mix there, and there must be a GT3 in there as well. Yeah, that's the GT3 of Greasy, keeping to the right of the track.
It is indeed, as it goes successfully past him, does the SC430 of the Scuderia team, and Teamwise Racing gets past him as well. So there we go. So through in towards the bus stop they come, and they're taking very similar lines and very similar speed it has to be through there. The Teamwise Racing car not seemingly able to bridge the gap to the Scuderia team at the moment.
Yeah, I think he might be around the edge of the distance where draft comes into play.
Which, as we know on Gran Turismo, is incredibly effective.
Yeah, but nowadays you can set the strength of the draft, and with the setting on real, it's not that bad anymore.
So there we go. So yeah, through the horseshoe they come. And down now towards the flat-out left-hand kink. Should we do another onboard lap? We haven't done one of those for a while, but I don't mind commentating on an onboard lap of a driver of your choice. 5 minutes now remain of the race. So
yeah, sure. Let's go then with our current LMP2 leader.
Okay.
Peugeot ABC Racing. Of Zip Tie. As very conveniently is about to start a lap, so here you go, Tom.
Thank you very much, very kind of you. So yeah, we're looking at Zip Tie in the garage Peugeot, about to come across the line to start what will be one of their last laps. So comes across the line very well indeed and heads down towards turn 1, then brake into the left-hander, trail brake, turn in and clip into third gear. Runs a bit over the grass and a bit wide out of turn 1, but manages to gather it all up. Coming through turns 2, the quick right and left-hander heading towards the horseshoe, then brake down here into second gear, try and clip the apex on the right-hand side and run the car out wide to get as much exit speed as possible, heading towards turn 4, the flat-out left-handed king. So he comes down there now, doing about 230k, and in towards the left-hand side he goes to bring it towards the second horseshoe of your lap. Again, clip the apex and run the car out wide before swinging it over for the right-hand side. For the left-hander before the second part of the bank section of the lap. So braking into the left-hander, then he goes and powers it out now on towards the bank section. This really, of course, is the flat-out part of the lap. The idea being to get as much speed as possible on this banked part of the lap, as he successfully manages to do so as well. So picking it up, doing about 270 kilometers per hour, and goes on towards the flat bit of the circuit, heading down towards the bus stop chicane now. The difficult part of this bus stop chicane is trying to find your braking point, but she does so successfully. Clips the apex on the left-hander, swings it over to the right, and carries a lot of speed through there, clipping the right-hander again and then the left, coming out of the bus stop chicane and onto the bank part of the track once more. Runs it high on the banking, but he will manage to get some very good top speed. We can see his speed climbing ever now. Goes down towards the bottom part of the banking, 276 kilometers per hour, 280 kilometers an hour, as he comes down then to cross the line. Just under 3 minutes left of the race. That's a lap on board with the Courage Peugeot of ABC Racing. So there we go. And that was an onboard lap. So there we go. Anyway, getting back to the action now, as we say, around 2 minutes left thus far, or there and thereabouts, as we just had a look at Avalarion Racing, currently being driven by GTP Ghost Driver, and I believe the results as they stand on the screen are correct. So we still have the Teamwise Racing Lexus in the lead at the moment, followed by the GTMX. So, to the best of my knowledge, the TWR Lexus that is trying to lap the Scuderia GTMX team is, like I say, not for position at the moment.
As they now are very close. Let's switch to Torch on again.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Well,
And-
it might be for position.
Yeah, definitely now in the draft of the GTMX car.
And we've just had confirmation then from our race director AJ that the battle on track, actually, my mistake between the SC430s, might actually be for position, so you might be quite right there. So then they'll be hotting up towards the end of the race. So that, needless to say, means that the GTMX car is, or they must be leading the GT500 class and leading the race, as we see a confirmation of 60 seconds remaining. So does that mean that the GTMX car is going to win if they cross the line in first position? Is that correct? Hang on a minute.
It all depends on how much laps as Hector actually has to pit now.
Yeah, so that allows the Teamwise Racing car to come through to complete their lap. So that does mean that Teamwise Racing are leading with a minute to go there. 30 seconds remain of the Grand Prix here at Daytona, and the Teamwise Racing French run outfit are on their final lap then of the 24 Hours of Daytona. The number 25 car driven an absolutely superb race. Sorry about the confusion not so long ago, but we do now have all but confirmation that Teamwise Racing are in the lead of the race and ahead in the GT500 class and overall. So they, if nothing goes wrong, will take the victory. So the checkered flag now is out. And
time has elapsed.
Yep, so we're just waiting then for the Teamwise Racing car to come across the line. So you come through the left-hander for the final time and on towards the banked part of the section. They haven't crossed the line just yet, so don't count anything out. Anything could happen. But number 11 was first to see the checkered flag then. as we see. So number 11 being driven by the Inferno Racing Delta Wing we see there. They were first to see the checkered flag, but according to our screens, I don't believe that, of course, that won't. It's the number of laps that's been completed in endurance racing, of course. So I'm relatively sure that Team Wise Racing is still in the lead.
Yes, we see him already celebrating by flashing his lights, as he picked his strategy really well. He's just about to run out when he crosses the finish line on fuel.
Yeah, he really is. So he's timed it absolutely to perfection. But the Team Wise Racing number 25 Lexus crosses the line to win the Daytona 24 hours. What a fantastic result then from the French-run team. 24 hours of racing. And I think we can safely say we all enjoy that, as did they, spinning off onto the infield part of the lap as they take the victory here at Daytona. Superb, coming down the pit exit as well. They are monumentally pleased. All cars, of course, are to report at the bus stop chicane for the end of the race. But Scuderia GTMX take the victory at Daytona. What a superb result. What a fantastic race.
Yeah, they've done actually a great job there. It's been a close battle between these two Lexi, but yeah, well done by Team Wise Racing. We see the LMP2 winner, ABC Racing.
Yep,
Currently driven by Zeptai.
Yeah, he comes then, as you say, down to the bus stop chicane. So very well done to the ABC Racing squad in their Peugeot Courage. They took the victory then. The Audi Avalarion, of Avalarion Racing I should say, also crosses the line to win their class at the GT3. The number 33 car drove a superb race, had some difficulty early on, but really did capitalise on their problems earlier on and managed to make hay and finish 7th overall. But like we say, they won the GT3 class. So what a fantastic result then. For you, Bart, you must be pretty pleased.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that we've gotten the car home to be at the first place, and then yeah, to have a good team effort where yeah, all the driver changes were good. So yeah, that's what were our initial goals was to set a good have a good run, have a clean run, don't get involved in too many incidents, and just do the best we can. And yeah, that got us to the win of the GT3. So yeah, congratulations everyone of the team. I know you're all listening and watching, so well done, guys.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, many congratulations to Avalarion Racing. They take the win in the GT3 class, as we see Ghost Driver now doing a victory lap of celebration, it's got to be said.
Yeah, why is he doing that?
He's just not driven enough laps of Daytona.
No, apparently not.
Wants to do another 24 hours. That's what it must be. So what a superb race it was. Thank you to everybody who got in touch with us for the entire race. Thank you to you guys for watching on the YouTube stream. Thank you to GTP AJ, or just AJ, for organising this fantastic event. Thank you to Jordan as well, and the other commentators who were involved, of course, Bart, Kevin, Andrew, as otherwise known as Famine, and the other Andrew as well. And yeah, thank you to everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to rush off very, very quickly, I'm afraid to say, because I've got another commitment to make in the next 5 minutes, unfortunately. But thank you ever so much for having me, guys. I really do appreciate it. It's been a pleasure to commentate on this race, and I really am looking forward to the next one. So thank you ever so much. And I will catch you, well, next time
Before
out.
you run, Tom, there's been quite a few people asking about your next event, so please feel free to share that if you don't mind, your next race.
Yeah, sure, no problem at all. I will definitely be. As far as I'm aware, if you bear with me just a minute, I'm just going to have a look at the calendar because it's slipped my mind at the moment, unfortunately, I'm afraid to say. So the second round of round 2 is March the 7th, I believe it is, March the 7th or March the 8th. Now, I should be, in theory, be able to make some of that race. Unfortunately, it is the weekend of my 18th birthday party, as we discussed last night.
Oh, no, your race today. Your race today. Where are you
the race today. Oh, the race. Sorry, the race. Oh, apologies. Sorry, I thought you were referring to the commentary. That might have
no,
mistake.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry about that. But anyway, yes, no, the race today. I'm off to race in a V8 Supercars series for an online group called Really Rubbish Racing. I commentate on their series as well, and I also take part in it. and very good fun it is as well. So I'm off to race with those guys at an endurance race at where are we racing? Eastern Creek. So I'm looking forward to that. So that should be good fun. But I do apologise about that, having to rush off so quickly. But it's been a superb event. Thank you ever so much for having me, guys. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Bart. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, AJ, as well. Really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom. We really appreciate you spending time to help us out with this.
No, anytime. I will catch you next time out, hopefully in Bathurst.
Great.
See you then. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay,
Bye.
So the cars are all making their way back into the pits after all teams have done their 24 hours. We haven't seen any cars drop out, which is absolutely excellent. Yeah, great job by all teams. Congratulations for getting to the finish.
Yeah, no major disconnects aside from the very start of the race. So fortunately, looks like the servers held out.
Yeah, we had some luck on the technical part, so very pleased with that.
Yes, apart from a little delay at the start, 24 hours of continuous running, no red flags. We had some safety cars with the rain periods, but yeah, great to see a full race completed. So yeah, once again, congratulations to the Lexus Team-Wise Racing, Peugeot ABC Racing for their win in LMP2, and Audi Valerion in GT3. Yeah, as we said, the next race will be in about a month's time, on the 7th and the 8th of March.
Yeah, we'll have more news on the GTPlanet blog about the next race when that time comes. So be sure to keep an eye out. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, everything, and you'll be sure to see the news about the next race. Thanks again to everybody who joined us throughout this whole event and who's participated in the chat and who shared this with their friends. As I said earlier, the fact that people like to watch and enjoy this race is these online races is the reason we do it. It's all volunteers, and you know, everybody takes a lot of time out of their weekend to make these streams possible. I know they're not perfect, but we do a really good job, I think, and definitely proud of everybody coming together and making these things happen. So well done everyone, and thank you.
I'd like to second that and thank everybody involved as well. It's been great seeing the conversations on YouTube and on Twitter as well. So thanks for your involvement in this series, guys.
Bart, do you have any final words?
Yeah, thanks to everyone who's been watching for the past 24 hours. It's been a rocky ride. We had a few rainy periods in the race, but yeah, everybody got through it. So well done everybody who took part in the event. Well done everyone for watching, and yeah, we hope to all see you next event.
Great. Well, I'll be stepping away now. Thanks again to everyone for joining us, and hopefully we will see you at Bathurst.
All right, see you at Bathurst.
Yes. So for Jordan, Kevin, AJ, Edward, and Tom, who's already left, and me, Bart, thank you for watching. See you next event.